All right. Well, we are 2 blocks away. I don't know if everyone else can see that.
I can see it in my own wallet where we are.
Yeah.
I see the YouTube stream is live.
On inside.virus, it's still 3 blocks away. No, not anymore.
1 block. Go.
Yeah, welcome everybody on YouTube. We're at the final countdown for the PBaaS launch.
1 block to go. Who's going to get that block? Nice. It looks like that one is going to come down to being a proof of work. I would have expected it by now. Oh, actually, I'm wrong. We're still waiting for 2 blocks, and that was the actual taking. I got too excited.
I can imagine.
Now we're 1 block away.
Is it a bad sign if I say there's a thunderstorm bursting over here?
It's a good sign.
I don't know that it's bad. This causes waves and makes changes and all that stuff.
If not,
Yeah.
from where are you, Oink?
Sorry?
From where are you?
I'm in Hungary, and it may disrupt my satellite connection.
Well, it's our storm. We sent it to
Oh.
you about half an hour ago. From Slovenia. Okay, shut up, Dean.
Now I knew where you were from. We talked in the end about it, but I didn't want to dox you. But you did that yourself.
This storm must be a good sign, man. Virus maybe gonna take over the world like a storm. You never know.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You never know.
Slowly but steady.
Mm-hmm. Let me see.
But when we do, it's this block.
Oh, this is nerve-wracking. I am very curious to see how much hash rate we're going to lose from miners that did not update.
Oh, yeah, right.
Oh,
That will be interesting to see. There you go. 0.
yeah, because
Wait, it sees it?
Oh.
No, I didn't see it yet.
I
Did
don't
we hit
see
it?
either. I don't see it either.
Oh, no, it says blocks to go 1.
It's like, can I see it on the Virus desktop application, or is it just the
Yeah,
countdown?
the desktop should show it even
how?
more accurately than the countdown.
Where I have to look?
Just if you go to the
look,
wallet, go ahead.
Wallet,
Oink's
okay.
the expert.
yeah, best look in the mining tab,
All right.
and then enter the various details, and then you see the block height, and the last block is 3 minutes ago now.
It's 6 for me. All right. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. You gotta know the Virus desktop does not update instantaneously. I'm actually looking at the debug log,
Okay.
which does update immediately for me.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
in the stream it's live, man. Is it?
Mhm.
Oh.
Yeah, the stream is also delayed. Yes.
It was
No.
reached.
No.
No,
I
not yet.
was overexcited.
Well, let's get it
The
started.
Insight Explorer has a live push notification on the insight.varus.services. So the
Correct.
instant the block comes in, the website, because it uses that Z0 messaging queue. You have all 5 tabs open, all different.
Oh, one block, yes.
Yep.
Well, it's like when they count down 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's a very long one. Longest one ever.
I like it on the 420 block.
It,
Yes.
the countdown timer is based on the average block time. So,
Okay, come in. Just leave him be. Don't mess around.
sorry. If you're talking outside of Discord, can you please mute your microphone? Okay.
One block, man.
Luck pools.
I'm hoping I don't get some kind of notification from Hellcats. Oh, the block is being rejected. Oh.
Search pool has stopped accepting shares for a good amount of time now.
Which pool?
Circ pool.
Zerk pool. Yeah, I can imagine. Check my pool logs.
Oh, you already got it on.
Well, on my solo mining machine, I did get a block on once. I don't see any issues. Don't have any rejected blocks.
It looks like not every miner is happy switching over. I get a lot of low difficulty shares on the community pool.
That's it. We're gonna have lower hash rates. So it's gonna be a long block. We need people to mine. I mean, it'll come, but it's a good opportunity for people to mine right now.
Yeah, I started mine too.
But yeah, that's, I think the answer is that we likely got miners. We had pretty high hash rate going into it. And I'm guessing that we might have dropped a reasonable amount of hash rate.
I just had a disconnect on all devices from community pool, and now it's hashing on, but not the mobile, just the CPUs.
I see a flood of rejected shares coming in from the miners.
Meaning they didn't update, yeah? I think that's what it means, right? That they didn't update.
I think that's what it means. Non-updated miners.
I did update CC Miner, but this one is not working now while Hellminer is working for me.
All miners working.
well,
so
I'm
you're having. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking at my own miners, and it is submitting blocks after. Yeah, it is submitting blocks, so my miners are connected good. So what I'm seeing here is just a bunch of miners that didn't upgrade.
Taking it back, I'm taking it back. Now it's hash. CC miner is hashing on. Sorry, one by one they're hashing on slowly.
Yeah. So this is indeed going to be a long block. Might be a good moment for me to switch on my Xeon processors and my GPUs. Great, says Mike.
No. I don't think that. I mean, I don't think that my little computer, not super little, but I think it's gonna happen to get this block.
If anyone deserves, it's you, Mike. To be honest.
That would be too amazing if that happened. So.
True.
Like,
could it be like an 1 hour block, or is it like has it a time limit?
No, it doesn't have a time limit. If I remember correctly, back in 2019, when 2019, when various IDs were released, it took some 25 to 35 minutes, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Okay.
As long as everyone seems to be hashing well, and I looked at my miner, which is making blocks. Nothing about the block that it's making it seems to think is wrong. Hashing. So as long as the network is hashing, it'll be a long block, then we will see.
Let me see. Yeah, Hellcat's just notified me. Look at the cliff of hash rate on the pool. And the same goes for
How big
for
of
the
a cliff?
community
How
pool.
big of a cliff are we looking at? And by the way, I want to say that Hellcats, he pushed for this bit of a delay, and I'll bet that whatever the cliff is, it's less than it would be. So I wonder, how big is the cliff? Like, did we drop
on the community
4x or half
on the
or what?
Yeah, on the community pool, it's from 3.8 gigahash to 392 megahash. Let me see on.
Oh yeah,
pool.
okay, so a huge drop. Okay.
Yeah, that's 10% left. Let me
Okay.
see.
It's a huge drop.
It actually makes me feel a little bit better that we just get, because then it means that we really have complete reason for the long block, and we get through that, and then it should just even out.
Yeah.
We have a few long blocks, sounds like. But then proof of
Yeah, I can
stake will kick
confirm.
in and then help it go to,
Yeah. On luck pool, the cliff is even bigger. That goes from 100 and roughly 150 gigahash to some 25 gigahash.
Yeah, okay. So then what's going to happen is, miners are going to be, wait a minute, what happened? Okay. It actually makes me feel better to know that it's that big of a cliff, because it does seem a little bit long. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see, what was the difficulty? The difficulty was actually relatively low. Okay. Okay, this is gonna
It's
take a
just the
while.
blockchain. It's just the blockchain giving us suspense.
Yep. It knows something is happening. Oh boy, I don't want to be one of the developers for the commercial miners, the ones that take a dev fee right now. Oh, I need a good date.
Well, you know, if anyone's having trouble mining, the solo miner works fine, and Hell Miner sounds like it works, and
Hell-
CC Miner, it sounds like you guys are using CC Miner. You know,
Mhm.
is there any phone miner that we know of that works right now that can confirm upgraded or no?
No GUI phone miner. CC miner ARM for the phone works.
Yeah, compile it yourself.
It'd be nice if we could get a build out if people wanted it, but I guess it'll all come out.
I notified Pangs last weekend, and he was converting CC miner ARM for Android. He was working on it.
Okay.
So it's not that he's just sitting back and let's see what happens.
Okay. Yeah, the drop though in hash it really does extend that suspenseful time for that first block.
Mm-hmm.
It's just one of the joys.
And, and I see people in the top 5 of the various miners that I've never looked at before. People that did upgrade but don't have a lot of hash power.
Someone's probably, I mean, I guess when this starts, there are going to be some blocks where the other hash power is going to have to take some time to kick back in. People who've the nice thing about it is that the fee pool kicks in. And so actually thinking about this, we have we were going to launch that currency to make the IDs, and if we're hitting slow blocks, even after this, it might take a few blocks for this to really adjust. If we're hitting slow blocks, that might take a little longer than we thought. Because, yeah, go ahead.
If anyone looks at my my screen share, I got now 2, 4, 6, 7 miners on the pool that are actually producing hash, and the rest is all at 0 hash. Out of 660 workers, 246 miners. So that's a lot of people that didn't upgrade.
Yeah, I can confirm that I'm mining. I've checked about 6 rigs already, and I have 2 rigs solo mining, so everything seems to be up and running good.
Yeah, but it really means, I mean, Hellcats was completely correct. He was probably the most concerned about the drop in hash rate. And just, you know.
Yeah, nice and relaxed.
Buddy the dog, can you mute your microphone? Because I do not have the impression that you're saying something to us.
That looks like a bigger drop than you said, than you thought before, Oink. Is that true?
90%, I think you meant.
Yeah, 90% roughly dropped.
Yeah, okay.
You said 10%
All right.
left, so is that?
So we go to an average time of Bitcoin, 10 minutes instead of, but we might be on a long block anyways.
I don't think we were on a long block because the difficulty was relatively low when the activation happened.
Well, the difficulty is really the same as the like the gigahash, or you're saying this specific difficulty on this block was relatively low?
Yes, when we went in, the difficulty was. Oh, where did I see that? Oh, that was on local actually. That shows that. Getting back to Lockpool. Lockpool. Stats. Difficulty.
Just
Difficult. Oh, yeah. How do you pronounce those big numbers? It's it's near the low point of the wave pattern that it shows. So it was relatively easy before this block hit.
hmm.
I think you should create ASAP a lazy miners support channel.
They have that. It's called DM Oink.
Nice, yeah. Have fun.
Now, basically, most miners that are in Discord that have been active today went through all the pages to upgrade. Most pools went through all the pages to upgrade, and not everyone did that in 15 minutes. Some were running into minor challenges. Let me put it that way. There were not issues, but challenges. And everyone that upgraded the pool did so successfully. And I had to adjust the upgrade guide a bit every now and then for things I omitted or things I took for granted, because I'm running not exactly the standard setup. But many miners that have been upgrading have been running into issues like I can't execute the miner. Oh, you need to make it executable. That kind of minor things.
Yeah. No. Oh well. Mine all.
Also, if anybody is isn't staking but can stake and they turn on their staking, you never know. All stakes have won before, you might get that block.
Yeah, I really want to stake more, Mike, but everything I got is staking.
I understand. I'm just saying there might be people where that isn't the case,
Yeah.
and you never know.
Mhm. Let's see. Some smaller pools, I don't see any hash rate drop. Those are all miners that upgraded, I guess.
all my coins are staking as well. I've seen one thing in debug log that came up about 23 minutes ago that said error contextual check block header has incorrect version 6 should be 7.
And what version
Because it
are you
will
on?
just it's 1.0.4. It's latest. So
Well, that is a bad sign.
No,
Hold on a minute.
I
okay,
think that's an old
Wouldn't
Well,
that
you
just
know,
document.
mean that
it could
he
just
just
mean
has a
that
peer?
somebody, it could just mean that somebody sent you a bad block
Hello.
that hasn't a peer that didn't upgrade. And
yeah.
okay, that's fine. I thought you meant that you were making a block
Oh
and
no,
you
no,
somehow
no,
got
no.
it. Yeah, okay, all right.
And so far, I know all Komodo notary nodes updated as well. I mean, most of them, so it shouldn't be an issue. All notary nodes running on version 1.0.3.
Yeah, I think that what we're doing is we're waiting for a long block right now. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. The network hash rate was from the known pools was about 235, 238, and has now dropped to 36 gigahash. And that's just from the known
And
pools.
this is, and there's another factor actually. That's a pretty huge drop. I mean, huge, because
Mhm.
depending on just the odds, the standard deviation for the length of that block could be, because the other factor is we're 50% proof of stake. And when you get a drop that large, it's large. So, I mean, it's like doubly large almost. And so basically we're looking at, this could be a pretty long block, and it's also an opportunity for anybody who gets started to be, mining. Staking is, I would guess we have probably the same amount of staking, but it's certainly an opportunity for someone to have a different mining equation than what you'd normally get on Varus in terms of ROI.
Yeah, because the hash rate dropped so hard, the ROI will be a lot larger if you put in the same amount of hash rate onto the chain.
Yeah. If
Let me
you're
see
mining
who's-
on a pool, especially,
Yeah.
you probably have it. Right now is a good time for people to be pool mining, I'd say, if they, because a higher chance of getting a percentage of these particular blocks.
Yep.
Even though I currently happen to be solo mining to see the blocks being made and everything. Yeah, staking supply looks normal. Right around 40, estimating around 42, 43 million.
Yeah, that number will drop if you get a couple of very long blocks. It will rise. It will get harder to stake because the ratio. Or am I not making sense right now, Mike?
I'm sorry, I actually didn't understand what you said because I was looking at.
Okay. Now, I think the number in the staking supply, what it displays, will rise because the blocks are the ratio will change because it's so hard to get a block right now.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, actually, it won't. Just a little, information and trivia since you brought that up. The proof of stake difficulty algorithm is absolutely disconnected, which is part of the reason that it has the extra security that it has. it's absolutely disconnected from the time. In the 50%, or the 51% hash attack proof, that's really important. So, the proof of work can fluctuate up and down and do whatever it does, and it actually doesn't affect the proof of stake difficulty at all or change what it would normally be. So, the miners are it's gonna even out on the proof of work. You see, the proof of it's like these two things really do work together. And it's a simpler model because they work together. Because the mining pushes the chain forward as, the OG original verifiable delay function, it pushes the chain forward and gives it a cadence. And then the proof of stake helps to process additional blocks and bring the total average to the particular average. But yeah, proof of stake and the percentage and everything, as long as people don't stop or start, I mean, if people start staking, then it should go up. And I think it would be a good thing to do, because it could be that someone who just starts staking now happens to hold a winning stake. It could be. So, it seems, I understand why it seems like it might do that, and it doesn't. So thank you for making sure I heard that.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying. I'm wrapping my head around it. Now, the time doesn't matter indeed. So many the ratio less affected.
That's a good idea. Everybody on your stakers, you should turn on your solo miners. Put a few cores on.
That's funny. I just did that, actually. That's funny.
At work, but I just confirmed that my solo miners are mining and the one I have connected to Luck Pool is mining.
Very, very early in the project, when it was just at the very, very beginning, when we had many more miners around the world just come and mine than we even expected. And we were having some big miners come on, and it was just a little bit of a rough time, and we wanted to add some more hash power. So I was like trying to figure out how I could actually get some more hash power. And my daughter, who was just learning to speak, she overheard, and it was, we think of it as her second sentence, and it was, "Daddy needs hash power." That's what I think it was her second sentence.
Okay, we need a Varus t-shirt with that on it.
That's funny.
I'll be back.
Yeah, Oink, I think that the difficulty actually is high because I think that the 713 gigahash number reflects a different view of the difficulty effectively.
Yeah.
I think it's relatively high.
Yeah, I did look at how the difficulty in the hash rate relates quite a while back, actually. And for the hash rate that it displays, it uses a rolling window that takes the difficulty in.
Oh, it's interesting. Okay. It's interesting that it does that because the rolling window is already in the diff algorithm, but okay.
Yeah, I wanted to try to translate the difficulty into hash rates one-on-one, just from getting the difficulty from the virus get info. But that wasn't possible, so I needed the second for getting info.
Okay. Thank you. Well, so do we want to talk about how we're going to do the IDs, the commemorative ID giveaway, and how, because I think people will want to learn about that, and we can sit around watching this, waiting for this long block. But right now, everything about the length, it's not surprising enough for me to be concerned about this particularly right now. And so, would it make sense for us to go through some of what we're going to do on the ID and how that's going to work? It actually is. Juliano is here. And is Inglau here? Yeah. So I think no one who's watching the network sees any concern, any issue right now. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not getting any notice, and I'm not seeing anything. And did we decide how we're going to do that, Inglau and Juliano?
Sorry, I just heard my name. What? Could you ask that again?
Oh, I was asking about so we're waiting for the block, PBaaS transition block. And we lost a lot of hash power because the miners needed to be updated and, not everybody did. So we lost hash power. So it's going to likely be a long block because sometimes there are long blocks. And if that long block gets multiplied by a drop in hash power, it wouldn't be that out of the norm. It'd be great if everybody would upgrade their miners right now, but otherwise we might wait a little while. I'm thinking that rather than sit around and as Oink said earlier, a watched block is never mined. How about we talk about what people will need to know to get their commemorative ID, what they need to do, and if it means people are going to like one thing, install the desktop if you haven't done it already, and get an address where you'd normally get coins. And I think they're going to, maybe we should make a channel and they can drop that in, either an address or something like that, or are we going to just give away the coins and help them do it, or how are we planning to do it? I actually wasn't sure yet.
Yeah, I think the most recent concept was that we'll register the currency on which people can make sub IDs, and that'll be launched with a fixed number of tokens. And we'll distribute those to people who can then register their own IDs with them using instructions that eJuliano put together.
Yeah, sounds good. I believe we're gonna get the currency defined where the ID registration fees will cost 1 PBaaS launch, and then yeah, you if you participated, you would put your R address or even an ID if you wanted to go to an ID. Put it in the channel that's designated for that, and then it will be sent 1 one PBaaS launch token will be sent to you, and then you can use that to pay for the sub ID. And I think that covers it.
You know, I'm wondering because I know that we have a lot of people who have been around for years, and they've got their names in the community, you know, and I'm wondering if we did do that channel with, because we're going to need to have the R addresses to send out the token to everybody. Would it make sense to, you know, if somebody has been around for some time and they want a name that's consistent, fully consistent with the name in the community, that they could put that in, and we might be able to help get that for them as well. I think there might be a lot of people who, I'm not saying that people are going to go and take different names, but I think that there might be a number of people. I'm looking at different names on the, you know, and so if somebody, would it make sense for us to do that? I mean, I understand that maybe I could ask and people might do it for me, but would it make sense for us to do that? Or, you know, people who have been
Certainly
around long
can.
enough? Yeah. Because I mean, I know that I would like Mike. I know that Michael Toot Jr. is probably going to want Michael. I see lots of different people here who I've seen around for years, and some of whom I met at Consensus, you know, and I would like to think of them as their name, but maybe they want a different name, maybe they don't. And if somebody comes along and is, you know, E Juliano or whatever you decide it's going to be, PBaaS launch, I'd like to know it's you, kind of thing, you know, if you want me to. Oink, any change in, oh wait, is Oink? Yeah, any change in hash rate on the pools, or are they just sitting at these low numbers?
From what I can see right now, is they're sitting at these low numbers. It's just Zerpool and Zpool CA that didn't. No, Zpool CA that didn't have a big drop. Zerpool is still mining, so they have upgraded, but they also have a significant drop. But I see no pools gaining extra hash rate. It's climbing back up. None.
All right. Do we want to make a temporary channel for what we just talked about, or how would we want to handle that? That, what I mean is that anyone who's here, or are you doing that like drop in, you know, an R address and their name or something like that? And the name that they'd want. Do we want to do that? I'm asking for that actually. And does that make sense?
Yeah, I can certainly make an extra channel for people to drop in that's only available for people with the actual role. So other people could look at it but could not interact there. So it won't get polluted by people that say, oh, I want one, but I don't have the 5th anniversary role. Yeah, that's certainly possible.
That sounds great. And I mean, we could delete it afterwards even because it's just for temporary use, right?
Yeah, I would archive it actually, but I'm not a fan of deleting. I back up everything. But if you want to have it deleted, that's okay.
Well, I'm just thinking, you know, I mean, the goal is not to capture any data on this, and this is, you know, if people wanted to do this, they would give an R address on that channel. I mean, you know, I'm going to put my name on. I'm not too worried that someone would recognize my name, but I would be in favor of deleting it,
Okay.
archiving it. But that's me.
No, okay. Yeah. If you say, okay, we don't want to keep it, we don't want to keep records of it. Yes, deleting is good. I was
Well, it's
thinking now.
not that I'm not saying anything that would violate any records keeping anything. I'm just saying that I think we're overthinking it right now.
Yeah, I think we do. Let's talk name. How do we call it? 5th anniversary.
I don't know. PBaaS launch commemorative ID or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know. Whatever you decide.
Well, yeah. Yeah, no, I had a hard time deciding, so I thought let's ask. PBaaS launch ID.
Sure.
And it's going to be available for marketing.
No,
No, not
not
marketing.
Think it would also be good if it's not too long, so you can enter it somewhere if you would wanna.
Yeah. Sorry, I put in the wrong function palettes. Right now, that's 50. Messages should be enough. And everyone is allowed to see, but not send messages.
I'm sorry about that. Obviously, the worst timing for my phone to lose power. But so I didn't hear what happened after I dropped off just there. And if I'm interrupting something, sorry about that. I just wanted to say that if anybody wants to try on testnet making their sub ID, there is a PBaaS launch currency on testnet that I made, and I can send you one PBaaS launch, and it costs one to make the sub ID. And if based on Mike, what you were saying before about registering names specific, like for people who want to keep a specific name in the community, that would sounds like it's also a decent idea there to try that, if that helps. But then whomever is making the those IDs, they would be having to do an extra step to make the IDs rather than just send the currency.
Okay, I created a channel under events, PBaaS launch ID. Everyone with the role should be able to get in, and everyone without the role should be able to just watch. And for the people that are on this call and are thinking by themselves, what am I talking about? I'm talking about a commemorative ID that you get if you get the role 5th anniversary, which you can take, you can assign to yourself if you go to the welcome channel and select the 5th anniversary button, and then you'll automatically get that role. Because I see people in here that do not have that role, and then it would be a shame to let it go to waste. Yeah, possibly. For example, Virus Ninja doesn't have it. I don't want to dox you. Vabibaika. Okay, I'm not going to call them all out, but people may want to get that.
Because we have a lot of people here, it really might make sense to let everyone know. I think I'll just tell everyone here, because this is a lot of people. In case you don't know what even Oink is talking about with this commemorative ID, he's telling everyone how to get it, where to go get that role. And then we just talked about putting your, getting a wallet, getting your R address and putting that into PBaaS launch ID, the channel that was just made. But in order to get into that channel, you're going to need the role that he described. And that means, going to the welcome channel, selecting that role. But what is a commemorative ID? I think may be a good question. And so what the commemorative ID is it's permanent. It's yours. It's self-sovereign. It's kind of like a mixture. If you're familiar with what ENS is and you're familiar with what NFTs are, it's kind of a mixture of those plus more. It includes revocation and recovery capabilities. And if you already have a Verus ID, then this can be your revocation and recovery ID. When the bridge to Ethereum launches, you're able to make we call it a tokenize the ID control, and that creates an actual single token out of any ID that can be sent over to Ethereum as an NFT, just an Ethereum NFT, an ERC 721 NFT. If you send it over to Ethereum, you can also map it to an existing Ethereum NFT. That means that the token that is that tokenized ID control would have to then be sent over from Ethereum. But there is one token that could then always control that ID. Means that if you use that ID, you can log in with it, you can sign documents with it, and the token or the NFT, whether that's an ID that, a tokenized ID control that was created on Verus, or an actual NFT from Ethereum, is in full control of revocation and recovery and everything else on that ID. The ID still has the ability to have revocation and recovery. It has the ability to be locked, so it can't have its funds spent while it's locked for a certain amount of time delayed unlocking, or for a certain amount of time period, an absolute amount of time before it unlocks. And you can still stake on it. And you can send it, that ID, across any PBaaS chain. But if you're going to do that, I'd recommend that you tokenize the ID control first, because if you send it across before you tokenize the ID control, one you send over doesn't have tokenized ID control, and it can't do it on another chain, so it ends up being kind of separated from the others. If you tokenize the ID control, now you have a token that has like super user powers over the ID, and you have revocation and recovery, which are different levels of power over the ID. And now if you send that ID to other chains, that one token can also be sent around and can do revoke and recover and all of this. And so by doing that, that one token actually can control an entire network of ownership across any number of chains at any scale. That can include, legal agreements and currencies of different kinds that were, from Ethereum or from different blockchains or from Verus or from PBaaS chains. And you can actually transfer control of an entire web of ownership like that just by transferring that one token. So that's what the commemorative ID can do, all of that. It also has an unlimited size content multi-map, which is a permanent storage for information and data and ratings and different things. Responses to polls when we launch, or when the AI chain is launched. That would allow you to participate in, training of AI or sponsored training of AI with bounties and things like that. But that is this ID that is the commemorative ID. It isn't just, a thing that you control that has whatever value someone says. There's actual real utility in it, and it gives you a digital signature, and it's multi-sig, up to 13 of 25. And it's easy to use, and it'll work in Verus Mobile, and you can, like I said, log in with it, sign with it, and all that stuff. So that is the commemorative ID. And the way that they're going to be issued, that Juliano has described, where there's going to be this limited amount of coins, there will never be another opportunity to make IDs of these names, ever. So these IDs are going to have a certain limited supply that'll be defined by the currency and the coins, and everybody can look what are the coins, and it's going to cost 1 coin to register the ID, whether it's done in the by someone putting in the channel, or if you do it yourself, it's going to cost 1. And so if you do it yourself, you have all full control over everything about the ID, and nobody even has to know who registered it. That 1 coin, when it's gone, it's gone. And if you made a mistake on registering, it's gone. That's okay. Anyways, that's how we know, once this is defined, that there is that limited number of IDs, and that there will never be any more. You could conceivably hold that coin, which is going to be like 1, point down to 8 decimal places. You could hold that 1 coin and not register your ID if you want to. I'm not going to do that. But the way that this model works, that's an option. So anyways, just a little explanation of what those actually are in depth for anyone who might not know that yet. I didn't mention that you can also put a profile and I did mention you can put an unlimited amount of content on that, but applications, of course, can do an unlimited amount of things with the unlimited amount of content that you put on your IDs, an unlimited number of chains. And when you think about bridging and sending currencies cross-chain and everything else in the provable way that we do, if you're using IDs and you update an ID across any number of chains, you don't actually need a bridge or any application to know that that really was the controller of that ID doing it instantly on all those chains. And so the idea of scaling to the world in applications that use provable blockchain technology just became a reality. Well, actually, it didn't yet. It will when this next block comes in. And just another little bit of history. I don't know if anyone remembers the FPGA upgrade that knocked all of the FPGAs off the network at the time, by changing the algorithm to one that actually could be implemented on FPGAs, but just basically equalized them significantly. Before doing that, we actually expected to have a significant drop in hash rate, maybe along the order of what we actually just experienced. And there was this, like, a lot of effort, because this was not something that was this particular drop in hash rate right now. We're going to have to live through it. It wasn't considered as a likely, thing that would happen. And it's not like a big problem. I see that our mempool is, it's got some transactions in it, but it's fine. Everything looks okay. But when we did that other transition, it was really so much the opposite of this, because we anticipated it, we planned for it. It was 2 weeks from the time that we actually discovered that they were doing this till the time that we upgraded the algorithm, maybe 2.5, something like that. And when it activated, the next block just came in a minute. There was no sign whatsoever that all of this hash rate had left the network. It just wasn't obvious that at all that had happened. And that actually concerned me at the time. I mean, yes, I want to see this block come in. But I remember then everybody was excited and it was this transition, and I was just for 15 minutes digging into everything to try and understand if there was did it actually change? Did anything change? And yeah, and then the hash rate numbers started coming down, and so yeah, it was kind of the opposite. And it could have been something that we thought about and considered for this, but the way everything came together, that really didn't make sense, and it'll just be a different part of our history that it was a long, suspenseful, block for. Yeah, so in the background, Hellcats just gave me the word that he sees everything looks normal right now. No rejected blocks or failed submissions. So waiting for that. Oh, uh, wasn't it? Like all the emojis changed or something.
My mining display in Verus desktop says 1 hour and 4 minutes ago. Normally I would freak out.
Yeah, is it that long now already?
Yes, unfortunately it is.
As Hellcat said, we're waiting for that magic block.
Yep. Magic block, magic number. I wish I would have shut up about that block never being mined. I jinxed it.
You know, we will mine and we will mine until we find that block. And then it will smooth out. Let's see. Another. Yeah, I mean, based on the difficulty and the power we have, Hellcats is saying it could easily be like another hour, or even more. It's the time that anyone could have a better chance to mine, and it's also going to be a long block.
Well, I'm not a gambling man, but we could make a pool for who gets the time right when it's mined. Down to the minute, not to the second.
Down to the minute?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I even join? Because I don't have any special knowledge.
Sure. Anyone can. Anyone can.
I think I might try this one.
The winner gets 10 Verus. Just put it in the marketing audio chat channel, text channel. People will already type it somewhere else. In the marketing audio chat, please.
Well, for the time zones and stuff, maybe we should say like time from now, like 22 minutes from now, an hour from now. So you don't have to do all the calculations, maybe?
Yeah, no, from now.
And if you want, we can do some quizzes.
Yeah. Okay, Rosso. If you figure out what the longest block was that we had up till now.
Can I figure that out, or is that the quiz question?
No, you have to figure that out so we can ask the question. We can only ask your question if we know the answer.
Well, Mike already said it, didn't he? When he did the fork? Oh, no, it wasn't. It happened right away. Oh, never mind. I don't know.
That was a period with long blocks. That's correct.
Oh, I have no idea where to even look.
Yeah, the incorrect answer.
So we put it in the marketing channel, you say?
No, in the marketing audio chats. The side chat.
In the okay, in the marketing audio chat. Yeah, okay. All right, so people are, I see. When you say 47 minutes or however long, then it's just plus your time that you posted.
Yeah.
I see.
And all the messages are timestamped anyway, so it's going to be fun to figure out which one won, but that's another issue. That's my problem.
Oh, I see. I'm going to have to edit mine so it'll help you understand what I meant.
Let me guess, you put there the UTC time.
Not exactly.
Okay.
It's very hard to actually edit for some reason.
If you're on the phone, it's a disaster. I agree.
It's just moving a little bit.
Oh, caution for fun is sitting next to his miner, by the sounds of it. You haven't put him out. Oh, Rosso thinks it's close to 2 hours that close to 2 hours more that it would take.
I think at this point, it's really,
it's anyone's guess.
Are we going to be lucky or not? It's really about, it's statistical, but it's about luck because it's got a long block and it can be in a long block already. So, yeah. I hope Rosa's wrong.
Yep. Well, I hope Rosso is his estimate is way longer than it actually is. I hope it's someone that says 10 minutes or so. Or 9.
At least Hellcats just said that there's a little bit of rise in hash rate since the initial drop, but little tiny bit relative to all of it.
Z-Pool seems to be doing good. Yeah, community pool is very slowly gaining something. Look at the pool. Yeah, look, it's also slowly rising.
Yeah, I needed to go for a few minutes. I missed the part with the 5-year anniversary IDs a little. Is it necessary? I my ID name is like available, or will my ID that I choose get switched to like this anniversary ID?
It will have the PBaaS. What is it? It will have the PBaaS launch behind it. So, and there are no IDs on that token yet. So,
Okay,
it's
all right.
bound to be available.
Okay.
Well, while we're waiting, there's a React dropped in the Tibble challenge, so you can all get some extra virus.
Also, whoever that was talking, I don't know if that was Dude or somebody else, but there's a, if you missed it also, there's a launch PBaaS ID channel that was created. If you have access there, you can put the name, if you want to reserve your name, you can put it in there. Or PBaaS launch ID.
Yeah, I saw it.
event.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, the people that put their estimates in the marketing channel, I'm not going to look at those. So you need to put them in the marketing audio chat side channel.
One thing, though, that we can take away from this, that I think is learning, is that we have a lot more phone miners probably than most of us realized.
Yeah, I think you may be right there. That's a lot of people discovered that they have something available that they can mine on, or something they can repurpose for mining all over the world. And that's basically it's in line with for the people by the people, in my opinion.
I think of it as a good thing, actually. I just think that I didn't. It seems to me like the bulk of the lost hash rate may actually be phone miners around the world.
I think you're absolutely right. The vast majority on the community pool are phone miners. Or actually, that is my interpretation of it, because I can only judge by the hash rate and by the worker name. And a lot of miners leave their worker name standard, so that even says VirusBox or Virus Miner, which is one of the pre-defined names in the GUI miners.
If you look at some of the rigs that have dropped off Look Pool, there's like people with 90 devices just, dropped off. People with 53 devices dropped off. So these farms.
Well, we've got fish, we've got but fish enchiladas sound good. How about fish enchiladas?
Yeah, it's looks like Hellcats just said that they just don't have any. They didn't win any block yet. Would imply that that's all we're waiting for. I think historically this probably is going to end up being the longest block. I have 3 minutes on my time, I guessed.
Dude, I think that's an excellent text for on a t-shirt. Once upon a time, I waited for a block number 2549420 to put on the t-shirt. I like it. Now to show what I meant, I put a picture in the side chat of a miner that basically has one device going on and the rest dropped off all at the same point. And I think that happened with very many people that they didn't upgrade at all. Judging by the hash rate, these are old phones. I think we have a lot of phones, a lot more than we think it is.
It all happened in 1990. It all happened in 1990.
It's also possible that the larger farms might be using a multi-algorithm miner like Nano Miner S or SRB miner that haven't been upgraded yet.
Yes, that's very well possible. Yeah, there are multiple reasons. If the miner doesn't support the new block header, or people simply didn't have time to upgrade or whatever. But fact is, we lost a lot of hash power, and it will come back over time. Just in the meantime, we'll just have to wait and be patient.
Just to make sure, as a little crypto noob, to get rid of my fear, I can go to my address in my desktop wallet and simply create a new transparent or create new public address. Just it doesn't matter which one I choose. Like if it's type public, it will get into my wallet like my ID. Just to make sure, I'm a little scared, you know. Yeah? No? Can anybody answer me? Create a new public address will? Okay, sorry.
If you create a new public address, it will be in your wallet. It's advisable to create a new backup afterwards, but it will go in your wallet.
Okay, and I will have this anniversary ID in my ID tab, and I can change its primary address and stuff like all the time when I have received it.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, nice. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Got rid of my fear.
Don't fear, I'm here.
Thank you, Oink. You're the best, Oink.
I'm trying to be. I don't always succeed, but I'm trying. Who's laughing at me?
Oh.
Because I missed the part with the anniversary IDs. Is this like this anniversary ID? Has it more like functions as a normal ID I bought, or?
Somebody want to? I mean, I'll answer the first part, and then if somebody else wants to, I went through the different capabilities. It's got all of the capabilities of a regular ID.
Okay.
Doesn't, because it's a sub ID on the chain, it doesn't have the ability to launch a currency or a blockchain, but it can launch tokenized ID control, which is like it's a token. It is a kind of a currency, but there's only one Satoshi of it, and it has all of those capabilities, and you can use it as a revoke and recover for other IDs as well.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Just have a little patience.
Here that we're very, very slowly starting to climb back, and it looks near 10. Which actually ends up being about 1/14th to 1/20th. I mean, one thing that's definitely positive is nobody thought that it would stall this long, and even Hellcats is saying that, but hasn't tried to submit a block yet, so that means that it just hasn't hit that target yet. They haven't. Right now they're at 18 gigahash, and that's the biggest pool. So that they haven't submitted something yet or tried to, it's the most likely thing is that I found it yet. Well, I am seeing there in the mempool are some PBaaS versioned IDs registered, which will immediately a nice little boost to the fee pool when that.
I also dropped 5 into the fee pool.
And all the indications that I've got, it's like the blocks are coming up with the PBaaS solution. They're not going, they're not mined yet. Didn't find it with proof of stake, and unless new stake comes online, we won't. It's just a matter of getting this block, and then as soon as that happens, algorithm will see that it needs to adjust significantly, and it'll start doing that. As far as it looks right now, asking Katz if he's looked at different things. Been looking at it's just and the winning hash. And he says, I hope a bunch of stake blocks follow to help bring miner diff down. Yes, that would be good. Is not reasonable expectation. Where I think 3 POW blocks were the last blocks. Likelihood of having stake blocks is anybody who's staking is probably waiting for that to happen.
Oh, so I was chuckling in there where everybody can hear. Oh.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Dass ihr alle wieder da seid, das ist so schön knuschelig, kuschelig.
War das ein Ottifanchen?
Das war ja laut! Das war ja. Haben Sie das gehört? Das war total laut!
Oh, let's keep it English, guys. I understand it, but most people don't.
Sounds like Oink has climbed inside his aircon machine.
No, actually, it's my quad Xeon pumping some extra hash into the network. I actually didn't know it was audible, so I'll switch the mic off.
I've gotten a question on the behind out. Oh, everything look okay, and I just want to make sure that everybody understands that this is a statistical process, and when the hash rate goes incredibly high or incredibly low, periods of time where you can have very long blocks or very fast blocks for a short period of time, the difficulty algorithm will kick in, and the hash rate drops as significantly as it did. The reason is that we did not make any, not try to compensate for any change in hash rate or anything. And he probably underestimated a little bit how many, I would suspect, phone miners there are worldwide mining this, and they weren't able to update. So because we're 50% proof of work and 50% proof of stake, each block is kind of an effective hash rate. If we drop that much of the total network hash rate all at once, like I said, it's around what we have 1/14th to 1/20th of what it would be. You say, okay, and that means a block could take 15, 20 minutes, except also we can have long blocks that can take 10, 15, even sometimes 20 minutes to begin with. Hopefully we're not dealing with something that's really long, but statistically speaking, as far as everyone who's looking at blocks that are coming into mine, I see that the transactions that are in the mempool are already on their transition to the PBaaS transactions. The blocks being made or including there's no sign that anything is having any issue on the network, except for the fact that we just dropped a significant amount of hash rate, and we're just waiting for statistically someone win that block. And as soon as they do, then the doesn't adjust between blocks. Then it will look and it will say, okay, that's definitely been too long, and now the difficulty is going to drop not instantly, but significantly right away. And then the other thing is that we've had a number of proof of work blocks in a row, which means it's more likely that the next block after this first one is going to be proof of stake block. If we have one or two proof of stake blocks in a row, it's really quickly the network is going to be just back to normal. Just thought I'd mention that, and if anyone's wondering why, knowing that the pool that at least I'm told about and Hellcats is letting us know about isn't winning anything. I mean, they've got around, as last I heard, around 18 gigahash, and they're not submitting a block because they're just simply not winning that hash. And I think they're probably the biggest. It kind of makes me think that we're still in that pattern of just difficulty was very high, hash rate dropped significantly, and it's just a matter of time. That's how blockchains work, and where we are right now. For me, it's like, okay, we just wait that much longer for this first block. When that first block comes in, almost, yes, I wish we didn't have to wait, but it doesn't really change anything. Or the fact that I'm be looking in a certain way, I suppose it kind of relaxes me because I have no idea when it's going to come. No one else does. So,
you just made me think of
we'll be able to deal with it.
You just made me think of a question. Is that okay if I ask? It's relating to the fee pool and basically mining.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
It's not really technical. I guess it's more like so because you said okay, like a mining pool might have 18 gigahash of power all to itself, and that might mean that they are winning more frequent blocks. Like if you solo mine, it's on average the same rewards or same number of blocks as you would in a pool, because it's based on how much power you're giving. But now with a fee pool, it changes what might come out of a block because it's the block reward plus the fee pool. So does that make it more inviting to join a mining pool, because then you'll win more blocks and then maybe have more rewards that you get to split together? Or do you understand my question? And am I thinking accurately, or is there like it makes no difference?
I understand your question, and I actually think that mathematically it ends up being the same because nobody knows. So the fee pool is a subject to the usage on every chain. So the fee pool reflects, it's kind of a smoothed, it's an average basically of block fees, because we wanted to make sure that we don't have chunky fees, and that's kind of that security question. So the fee pool, today at this moment is going to have some average that's based on usage on the chain this moment. A different time it's going to have usage on that time. If it was known that there's going to be a lot of usage, and it's only going to be at a specific time, and it's not going to be at other times, it could be good to do pool mining. But if it's also just not known, which it generally, you can't really know what the world's going to do on different things, and it's just an average over time of this fee pool, and you should have exactly the same relative statistical chances of the same earning from the fee pool and everything else as you would have either pool mining or staking or mining now. Make sense? For solo mining,
Yes.
pool mining, or staking, basically should all be, or the kind of what you're staking or mining with relative to the total staking or mining. They should all be pretty equivalent. terms of what you can expect of the
Okay.
fee pool and everything else.
Okay. Yeah, that
Doesn't,
helps.
I don't think it
That
really
helps.
changes that too much.
Mhm. Right.
So
right. I
right
guess it's
now
just
at
the
the
luck of the
launch,
draw. Mhm.
yeah, right now at the launch, it might be, I don't know what's going to happen. My belief is most likely people aren't just going to blow a whole bunch of, because you got the ID system that's really reserving the names. You know, people are registering names. I see names in the mempool. But you don't have to rush to register your a currency if you've got the name. People have been able to get names for a long time. And I don't know that we're going to see a big rush to register currencies. Obviously, we're going to register one for the commemorative stuff. And I'm sure there will be others. And I do believe that we need an AI chain launch and some other chains that I suspect will be launching. But I think it's just going to happen. They will ramp. You know, whereas when the IDs went live, it's a reservation based. It's like first come first serve when you go through the process of registering an ID, and it's permanent. You know, and so there was kind of a rush at the beginning. It's like what I said about the original launch of the chain. We did not expect to have the amount of mining that we had from the very first block, increasing from there on the network. It was a surprise. And actually, when IDs activated, even though we knew the community knew about it and all that, I mean, we got one block that was 6,000 Paris, and that's not even a PBaaS launch. I mean, PBaaS launch is going to be, maybe it'll make a block that got that many, and maybe we'll have more of those. But when IDs came out, there was one block and some lucky miner. I don't even know if that was. I'm sure it was some pool. I'm not sure, but I think it was some pool got that block. You know, and yeah. So I think
Cool.
so I think that on this launch, what I would expect, this is what I expect. None of this is obviously investment advice and everything. What I would expect is that we see some activity. The fee pool kicks in immediately. It's going to kick in immediately. We've got at least 40. I saw at least, I didn't look through all the transactions. In the first block, it looks like we're going to have at least 40 of fees that aren't going to referrals out of at least a couple IDs, and there might be more in there. Let's just look. And that's going to go immediately into the fee pool. That would make 6.4 Varus immediately as the reward for the next. It'll just taper off from there. And as people come in and register anything, different things, it will do the same thing. And if somebody, when we register that currency, that's going to drop 100 in, which I believe it's like 50 at first and 50 after it start block, if I'm not mistaken. Or actually, I'm sorry, I don't even remember the exact pricing. I know that it was all worked on to try and figure out how everything would work relative to the blockchain, but that would likely bring the reward on mainnet, just that one launch up to, I think, the 7+ range just immediately. That's just if nobody else launches a currency. And so when people start popping off different currencies, when they start realizing what they can do with them, when they start making liquidity baskets, when they launch a chain, I think it'll start kind of slow, and that fee pool will be noticeable, and everybody is going to look at it and say, "Oh, first rewards are going up." And it might, I don't think it's probably going to drop down to something that isn't noticeable. We have regularly, if we just have generally the steady use we've had, then I think it's going to be nice put out pool that actually is noticeable. Then when people start using it for currencies and conversions and everything else, I think that we're going to stop thinking about the block reward as much. The fees are going to be maybe much more important. That's what I think. I don't know exactly how long it'll take, but I think that
Cool.
that's what I think will happen. Don't think it's going to be
Very
the
cool.
big, the big
Mhm.
giant block fees immediately that we saw with IDs.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Because the fee pool. And I guess you made me think again. I remember you saying something like with at least with the chain launches, the fee pool reward is capped at 50. Am I like pulling that out of nowhere? And then the other.
Yeah, there's no cap.
Okay.
There's no
Okay.
cap.
Yeah. Okay.
It's that it would be about 50 because as soon as a chain is defined and launches, half of the fees of the chain and its bridge currency just get dumped right into the fee pool.
Okay. Okay. So if 10 chains launch at once, then it would be like what, the 500 or whatever. So it's not, there's nothing
that would
the
be
fee pool.
huge.
Okay.
There's
Yeah.
no
Okay.
cap.
Cool. Okay. Thanks for clarifying that.
And
I'm glad.
again, the coolest thing about it is that there's no inflation. It's not block reward inflation.
Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing. Amazing. The velocity of Varus. And then I think the other question that you're making me think of is, and maybe this is more for others to answer as well, but like you mentioned about people launching, defining currencies and stuff. They might have pre-conversions or you can maybe do conversions before that. Is there going to be is there a recommended channel for people to say, hey, I want to make this currency and it's going to have this, so it's going to be open the next number of days. So if you want to, you know what I mean? Like, would that be best in PBaaS project ideas, or what are your
So first of all, I worry about having. I just want to say this ahead of time about having threads when we're trying to do something like what you're saying, because I think that the threads can get missed by a lot of people, especially who don't use Discord a lot. I think your idea is a really good idea. I actually don't think it really fits in any channel that we have right now. That I know of. No. Yeah, I don't really know of. I think that it would be good to have a channel like that. I don't think that the Discord is eventually going to be the only place people are going to. I think the fact when somebody launches a PBaaS chain, if you're paying at all attention to what's going on anywhere, it's going to be hard not to notice, because I mean, we've had 700 when this block hit. Oh, we had like 700 something gigahash effective hash rate on the network, and our reward is 6. As soon as there's a chain launch, then we're going to have a reward of like 56, 57, or 60, somewhere in that range, like 10x, without any, as we said, or any of that. And so, if anyone is trying to notice what's going on with opportunities, or where they might be able to earn, and I think they're going to notice that. And if it pops up that much, there's going to be a high hash rate increase. Then it tapers off slowly. So there's no reason to have any kind of a cliff like this. So it isn't really a bad dynamic. It's a good dynamic. I think, yes, it would make sense to have a channel. Maybe over time people will know, hey, they can go and they can, what's going on? Something's happening, and they can go look in the channel and they'll find out more information. I think it's a good idea. I think it's especially a good idea at the beginning. Over time, I think that it's just going to be part of the internet when there are launches. I think that there will be ways people will find out. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. The reason I said about the threads is we got a lot of channels. It sounds like one that we need to reorganize, but it sounds like one that probably should be at the top level. That people can get awareness of projects they're going to launch without endorsement or any of that, right?
Cool. And I'm sure that there are going to be some things that launch without any notice or notification, and it's just going to be up to people, us paying attention on, in the chain, on chain, to know what's happening. And that I'm hoping it's that way too. It feels kind of like that probably will be. And at the same time, yeah, it's good to have a place where people can discuss what's going on, maybe seek some questions or whatever, or share that what they're going to define or create and everything like that. Because I think also, I wonder, maybe people want a certain name or something like that they just want to make sub IDs, and so like it costs 200 Varus to define a currency. Maybe people want to get together and say, hey, I'll chip in 10 Varus and get a bunch of people that chip in, and then there's your currency definition fee, and now everybody can make cheap sub IDs with that name or something like that.
I suspect, and in fact, I'm thinking I might even do something like this, but I suspect that really cool IDs will be launched as currency baskets at registered names, prices, because the thing about doing it that way is that there's going to be I think that there's going to be a whole economy and business models and different things that are around these self-sovereign IDs, making them available. And you could say, oh, it's going to be a race to zero. I think zero wouldn't be smart. Just put a zero cost ID on the chain, but someone might basically do it. I think that okay.
Is it just me? Mike is cutting out, or is that
Not
happening
cutting
for
out. I'm not cutting out.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, we actually might be rejecting blocks. I got to go look at something. So whatever it is, if we are, then we have an issue. Figure it out. I'll let you know. So everyone knows if we do, we will solve it. Go figure it out.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, there's some news. It should be resolved, and it should get resolved. And it was caused. There was an issue, and the issue was caused by the fact that in all of the setting up of all of the testing of the test net and all of these different things and all of the tests of the transitions from the previous protocol to PBaaS, which in fact was tested like countless times every time we launched any private or public testnet, wasn't done by pools. And in a call, there is a call where the submit block calls it and other APIs call it. And if the network is prior to PBaaS and the daemon says, oh, no, you can't make this call, it isn't PBaaS yet, and it was rejecting the submission, the block submission from the pool, but not because the protocol would have rejected it, just because the RPC call. So Hellcats is looking for, he got a block submission. It was, if any other pool operator is online, they got a block submission and they have the hex for that block. I committed the change that would allow API to take your block. If you rebuild and you put that block in, it will go in. So I don't know if he kept the hex for it, but if he did.
Yes, he is. I can see it. I can see what hex he has. He has the hex. It was actually a phone. It was actually a phone that found that block.
Who found that block? I know. I saw your name. Your worker was on that.
No. It wasn't me. It was someone else who uses my script from GitHub to mine on his phone.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. It said oink on there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Basically, you noticed that it was rejected. Could have been actually that other pools might have had the same issue. If anyone found it solo mining, they would get it right away. It looks like the RPC for the pool on that transition was saying the last block is not PBaaS yet. So PBaaS APIs are not valid yet. Instead of saying the next block is PBaaS, so we accept. That's the answer.
Okay, community pool did not find any blocks or rejected any blocks.
It's also hard, so I really hope he got that. Really hope he saved that block. He's on call, but I don't know if he's listening.
I see the block hash here. He let me. Did he get you that link, Mike?
I didn't get. We don't know yet if he's got the block. I didn't get a hash, and the hash doesn't necessarily mean he'd have the block. He has to have captured it somewhere. The thing that you linked to me, that's not the block.
No, that's just the hash.
Yeah, right. So he needs.
Yeah, can't say. I'll let Hellcats get back on that.
He's rebuilding with that change, and then he's looking to make see if he has it. Really a question of did he capture the block? Which I sure hope. If not, basically, we need to get every pool miner to, I actually, I don't know, Oink, if you can drop over there and, get all the pools, miners themselves don't have to change anything. Get all the pools to upgrade to that, because it could find the block after that, but right now it's not going to accept a submission from them.
It's in your dev branch?
Yeah, it's in my dev branch.
Okay, I'll start building right away.
Right, and then, but can you please,
I'll share it in the pool operators channel.
the pool operator channel? Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Notice you are somewhere else with your mind. Try to talk and think at the same time.
I just am trying to see if, okay, so but it was never submitted to the network is the thing, because if it...
No. This looks like it's been rejected by the daemon.
Right, that's the thing. He doesn't have it in logs or anywhere.
No.
Doesn't seem to have it.
No, that's because the pool only submits the solution to the daemon, and the daemon composes the block.
No, that's not true.
No?
Not anymore, anyways. Might
Not
have been.
anymore.
No, it's not. No, actually, before it even. Oh, to the pool. You submit this stuff to the pool, and then the pool does actually create the block, then submit it in submit block. Submits a big hex chunk.
Okay.
The thing is that it's going to be big, and yes, it would actually be a good idea to save that, but this is not the usual case. Oh, that's great. Doesn't mean the next one has to take so long, but it does mean that we seem to have lost that one.
Yeah.
We really should get all the pools updated as quickly as possible, because it's the pools. Like, all the solo miners are fine. This is really a pools issue.
Yeah.
Or everybody could switch to solo mining, but I don't think everyone's prepared to do that.
No, I don't have a daemon on all my phones.
Right. Well, we know, anyways, was no.
Yeah.
It would be nice. You didn't find a block on the community pool. If there are any other pool operators, it'd be nice to. Oh, but I guess they don't really drop in too much. It looks like there are a couple people who are pool operators.
There are a couple of people here.
I guess.
Yeah, we're on here. I'm keeping an eye out on the pool, see if we get anything.
But did you hear what you need to do? There's an actual issue on this particular block. There's an API call. You submit block that's checking to see if Varus PBaaS is active already. It's not ready until the block goes in.
Yeah.
So the pool is rejecting it. The pool is actually, you find a block, it's not going in, not because it wouldn't go in, because you need the update that I just put into IDEB branch, you should build and restart your daemon. Hellcats found the block, or the luck pool found a block. It got rejected before it ever went to the network for this reason. Do you have a link? I think Oink put the link. Oink, did you put the link? That change in the
No, I didn't.
operator channel.
I'm building right
And-
now.
Right, let me put that link in.
Okay, thank you.
What just happened?
All right. So I'm getting that change built, and I'm gonna get the pool updated shortly. I've got logs enabled now, so if we do happen to find another block while I'm waiting, I should be able to resubmit it. Should be able to capture that in the logs and actually get the block hex this time. So I can resubmit the block to the network. Unfortunately, we did find the block, but we lost the block hex, so I can't resubmit it to the network. So we do have to look for another one. And I will get that change in, so hopefully we'll get this moving here shortly.
Thanks, Hellcats. Thanks for keeping us informed with everything. Making sure that we get that in. I wonder then.
Yeah, unfortunately, I only saved the block hash, not the actual hex for it. So I've got that changed now.
Right. If it happens, I mean, we can't really know that there weren't maybe other pools that even found that block before. We only know that you found it now, and when you found it, it happened. So hopefully it's going to be a bit sooner than it was, but I hope we can get all the pools to update as soon as they possibly.
Does the daemon debug.log record it, or only if you set a flag?
Not in that case. There's probably not even a debug flag to store the whole block hex. It's pretty big. Not really a reason you'd want to put that in the log usually. Oh, other thing, Hellcats, that looks like it was caused by the call to submit merged block, not the call to submit block. Because submit block doesn't do that check, and submit merged block is one of the new APIs, and that was just to, prevent people from using the new APIs on an older version. But that people could do in a pool is just call submit block instead of submit merged block.
4. And I call it. Oh, there's klaar. Okay, now I can access it in the roads.
So besides that little hiccup, everything's fine for the miners to keep mining away. No changes for them. We're fixing it behind the scenes, and we want to find the next block.
What's going on? There it is. Roads. That's the one. Copy. Where is it? Okay, compiled binary is coming up. I need to upload that to the pool CP. Let's do it like that. Okay, pool operators. I put an archive in the pool operator channel with the binaries.
Yep, on it.
Nice. Wallet. Home viewers. Pin. Verification. Oh yeah. This is pool wallet. Switching over. Oh, he can read, no problem. Okay, just stop. Here's 1.0.4. Save for D. stopped. It has stopped. Okay. In the meantime, exit. Misbehaving. Yeah, sure. It's black box. Where north did I put it? Root black box. Bummer. Not. Stratum. Tino not 200.
Basically, what we ended up doing was going from all the pool's hash. We lost really all the pool's hash power until we figured this out, and we were just like our community solo mining. If we got the block during that time, it would have been one of us solo miners.
Mm-hmm. So you had a bigger chance than you thought, Mike.
Ooh. Didn't get it though. Not yet, anyways. I'm still trying.
Okay. Change pace. MV. Thank you. I can just W get it. Yep. Stop. Ah, crap on a cracker. Sorry. Where's my diff? Blah, 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 blah. Yep.
Okay, so there was a block that came in, and pool didn't have the daemon updated yet. He got the hex. So we may have. So it's kind of interesting because the first PBaaS block may be manually entered.
That's a first.
Funny. Yeah. Yeah. Then actually, none of the pools need to upgrade at that point because it doesn't matter anymore.
Too late.
No, I know. Better to have done it, but he's about to get that one in. So.
Yeah. I had my mic open so everybody could hear me bashing my keyboard.
Yes, we could.
Loading guts.
Some weird audio channel where you listen to someone grunt and tap and curse and.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was still with the mic open. I was just focused on doing this.
Form of SMR.
Now that's just shifting focus and forgetting everything else.
Oh, if the pools are off, that does mean it's a good time to be mining.
Yeah? No, the pools are not off. Actually, I don't know if you ever noticed, the community pool has various daemons, and I can switch over from one daemon to the other, so I can update one daemon while the people keep mining to the other daemon. And then I switch it back over. So the community pool is hardly ever off.
Cool.
It was off yesterday when I upgraded to PBaaS for about 5 minutes. But that was unavoidable. Yes, Joe. I didn't look at any pings, so you should not have disturbed. I like the keyboard, by the way. Oh, Joe, so it's actually being recorded that I'm at work. Incredible.
At least we made fun of her typing.
Doesn't matter. I've got a loud click keyboard. Oh, sure. Duh.
You should do a prize for somebody who has to listen back to the last hour of this recording.
Uh-huh.
Endure and take notes.
Well, the good news is the community pool is updated.
And Hellcats is bringing up the new daemon, and he's about to submit that block. Might just cause the dam to break, and everything just starts moving.
Yep.
Pretty well.
Let's open the floodgates.
What? This block, we have to remember. We have to memorialize this block, and so that's funny. Sorry for the people who think it's not funny, but you know, for me, I've got a lot of anxiety about different things, and these aren't the things, you know.
This was one of them.
Yeah.
No, I can appreciate.
But nothing changed because when this block goes in, then I get to look and make sure everything's the way it should be.
Yeah.
As they say, I didn't have this on my bingo card.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah.
Well, maybe if my miners hurry up a bit, we can find a block before Hellcat can put that one in. I don't think so, by the way, but still. Okay. Exit.
With the miners being able to put a transaction in a block when they, when you win a block, is it possible to put an op return transaction in there with a message saying this block was created, like the secret message in the Genesis block?
I don't think miners can put a transaction in when they win a block. I mean, are you wait? I'm sorry. Not pool
No,
miners.
there
You
would
mean
be
a
a way
node.
to. There would be a way, but the miner would have to send a new message to the pool to let it know to do that. I
Right,
think.
right. Wouldn't that be kind of expensive for the pool? That you'd have to make a new block for every miner, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure we'd be able to. You know, with the
You'd have to
merge mining
recalculate that
change,
every time.
not if I include it in a spot we clear with the new merge.
Yeah, because you'd have to recalculate the Merkle root and the MMR.
No, not well. Yeah, that could be tricky. That is an interesting idea, though, Monkey. I think that was Chris.
You can, yeah, that was Monkins. You can do that on Solo Miner. And in fact, I did for PBaaS because I think it was Eric Voorhees said something about, somebody putting that on the blockchain. There is actually a switch, I think, for whoever mines block 1 of a blockchain, put something in the op return. I think it's a switch. Don't know for sure, but I think.
Voila!
Hey, we're moving.
Congratulations.
We're moving. Congratulations, everyone. It looks like it's just moving ahead.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I manually submitted that block.
And I immediately
That's a
saw.
block for the books. Okay.
It all happened in 1990.
Congratulations, everybody.
Okay, and there were 3 identities in that block, which popped up right away here in Discord. Also very fun. Can anyone help me find who won? Because I've been crossing off until Mike said, hold, wait on, there's something wrong.
What's the time on that block?
Blah, 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 blah.
Wait a minute. We have the other block, and I think we have to pick the one that actually went in.
Yeah, I think we need to pick the one
okay.
that went in. Because it was when is the next block? Yeah. Let me see. Mar didn't win. Carrero didn't win. Sorry. 2 hours ago. No, that one didn't win either.
What are the block rewards right now?
I haven't checked yet. I'll do that.
I'll go check on Luck Pool.
You can see the
658, 657.
Nice.
Nice. So the fee pools kicked in, and nice. Right. Well, I'm gonna just go do a few checks around. Juliano, I don't know if you wanted to launch that currency, and or if we wanted to talk you and Englau, or if we wanted to do that still.
Congratulations!
Didn't have something else. It is live. PBaaS is live, everyone. So recommend if you're. I recommend. And I just want to say, I recommend if you're going to launch a currency or if you're going to launch a blockchain, try it on testnet first, please, because if you fail or it fails to launch in some way, the ID can't be used again. The reason is that once that ID is used and people see that they can participate and they can actually put funds in and maybe be part of this launch, didn't want to have that ever be able to reset, because that is an identity of that kind of currency space at that time that is valid as soon as it's defined. So just recommend, I mean, you can launch chains, you can launch currencies, do all these different things now on mainnet. We're going to work on getting the ETH bridge up as soon as possible. But please test things on testnet as a staging ground first, and then that's all I wanted to say. Thanks, everyone, and thanks for all the patience. And I'm going to go just double, triple verify everything, but it all looks really good.
Great, Mike. Thank you very much. Thanks for your entertaining talks in the meantime between troubleshooting and fixing. Okay, what I see, and please double check me because I'm not really fresh out of bed right now. I'm pretty tired. In my view, Dean was closest to the actual block with his 1 hour 20 minutes. No, not even that. That's 80 minutes. Sorry, Dean. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought it wasn't me. It wasn't, yeah?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
No, actually, no. I thought it says 120 minutes, but there was an H in there as well.
No, 1 hour and 20 minutes I did, so I was off. I think.
Yeah, you were off.
Cool.
Then Rosso is a contender with 111 minutes, which is close to 2 hours. And that was at 8:15. That's 2 hours ago. Oh yeah, that's really close. Do we have anyone closer? Okay, unless you contradict me and show me who was closer. I don't see it. Then it would be Rosso. Anyone see a better contender? We. I see people typing, and for that I need to scroll all the way down. If you find a better contender, please link it.
Yeah, I hope I wasn't right, but I've had bad luck mining before in the past, so I went with the higher number.
Okay. Well, you couldn't have known that there would be a delay because of the daemon itself. So that's pure luck, or dumb luck, or bad luck, whatever you want to call it.
Impressive luck.
Yeah. No contest on Rosso winning. Then Rosso gets the loot. Pivot. Done. Now let's see who's pinging me. Tweeting share. Oh yes.
Okay, I just want to report back that just in checking around and people who are looking at things and checking everything, as far as we can tell, everything looks tight and in sync and working normally and as we would hope. So far, that's how it looks. Oh,
Nice,
that's
Mike.
the current word.
Nice.
Yeah.
No,
Okay,
and
then,
I actually want to. I want to say one thing because we do have a lot of people doing a lot of different things. Cats, thank you for stepping in and helping with all these things related to pools. Even at in this moment, watching and making sure that you got this in. So I will always remember that you hand submitted the PBaaS block, even though someone else won it and submitted it. So thank you.
Oh, someone else always wins them. I still have fun helping them find them.
Right.
Well, no matter how you turn it, it was your help that also helped win the block because the work you put in the miners, whether that's Hell Miner or CC Miner, the miner that won the block is also thanks to you.
Well, PBaaS made us all wait, but I think it's worth it, and we'll find out soon. I think it's worth it.
I think so too.
But we're seeing the pool paying 9% of the block reward, right? Just a bit more growth in that and a few halvings, and it'll be more fee based than anything. Nice.
I don't think it'll be too long before it's mostly fee based. See.
But I like that. That's a good story, right? We're doing actual work to earn this stuff. It's not just the finite, limited market of having. There's more going on.
There's a lot, and I think there's going to be a lot going on. Yeah. I mean, the fact that you can use this for your back end for all sorts of different services. You know, I just saw this GDPR legislation that has a lot of companies, new legislation that has up to like $1 billion fine for violating the. Oh,
Copy. There it is. Let me guess. My mic is still open.
Just breaking the silence of the just to hear your musings.
Muttering.
Oink, it does not need to be now, but
cue to exit.
Oh yes, it's got to be now. If it's beneficial, it's got to be now.
do you have a way to scrape the PBaaS Launch ID channel or export that content in a way that I can parse it and pull the addresses and names out?
I can scrape it. I can deliver it to you in a JSON where the messages are in a separate field, and then you'll have to scrape the messages.
That'll be perfect. Thank you.
I will do that tomorrow.
Okay, that works for me.
Okay.
I've got to duck out of this call to join another, but I'll be back around in a bit.
Okay. Speak to you later.
I thought you said you would send him the addresses as JPEGs, and you'll have to manually type them out, each one.
I'm not called Chris Monkins. Sorry. Okay. Go.
That was very impressive, Chris's hand generation.
Yeah, you gotta have the I for the ones and the O's. You have to. If you break it down to the smallest primitive cryptographic functions going on in the block, it's the XOR, where it just causes a random, well, not random, but a difficult outcome of 2 1s and 0s, and that's all it relies on, mainly the algorithm. But obviously with astronomically large numbers, but someone's even calculated one block Commodore minutes. So we come now to mind boggles the computing power. But I've been working on the miners, CC miner for ARM and GPU, And the latest thing I've just put into the CPU miner is that there was a limitation on thread rippers. Once you get above 64 threads, it wouldn't go above. But there's a new update now that so you're getting about 1 megahertz mega hash per thread. So you can get up to 122 mega hashes on a thread ripper. Quite a decent chunk, but I don't think many people have got those expensive processors. Just the lucky few, like you know who.
And the network hash rate is adjusting as expected, and we saw the difficulty take a major correction after that little period of no blocks. So everything's looking very good now.
Nice to hear. Nice to hear.
No way, all right. All right. Do you want one? Here, is everybody here? Peanut butter. Don't drink yet. Everybody have one that wants one? You moved on me. We're putting up the real good stuff, right? Excellent. I make it. Oh, man. You gotta tug it. I'm party foul. Party foul. Who did that? There's your new one. It's flexible indentation. There's your new one. Indentation. All right. What? What is this called? I understand. This is from the other night. Whiskey and chocolate liqueur. You never got it. I held on to everybody for the community and nice. No, I got it. All right. I got it. You posted this, whatever you want. Okay. All right, let Mike come back. All right. We got prosciutto and stuff in there. We got something. Did you say prosciutto? Yeah. It's not a drink, right? It's like a mix between wine and meat. Yeah. Wine and wine. We got well, I would say that's a thing, so it's also. All right, sorry, once Mike gets back, we all know the rules. Toast or whatever you want, just can't repeat any of the toasts of whatever somebody toasted to. Let's go around one, and then we get to drink. I put me on the spot. Thanks. Just do whatever you want. It's great. The last thing I did is like, was that? The last guy that no, you just get creative. There, I might go. There's no pen up in there, like. No. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, did you find it? He walked through this little. I'm looking for a line for my tequila. Rosa, hurry up. But there's no. I'll just take it neat. A chaser. He's in Trump. He's got water. All right, good. All right, so here.
Hear my name?
Rules. We're going around the room. You get to toast to whatever you want. You cannot repeat the toast of whatever anybody else said. We're starting over here.
All right, I want to toast the various community coming.
Look at the live stream, Rosa.
Very fast. Very fast. Toast the building. We're gonna toast it all.
Live stream.
Yeah. All right. When it comes to building a successful app on top of Eris this year. The building a successful app on top of Eris this year. How we give toast on?
Take the bottle, just take a chug. Yeah, it might hold that.
Don't make go. Yeah. I would go so. It's a nice spot. The internet as it should be. Oh, Russ said, yeah. Being part of making this happen. So it become clear. For the internet, it should be being part of the best thing that happens to the future. Awesome. Next.
Where says Razzo for being like a coordination genius.
Oh, awesome. We'll drink. No, we drink it in. Oh, okay. All right, next. Let's do it.
So long-term games, so it's long-term game.
No.
There you go. Cheers. Cheers. They're finally meeting each other. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but to Alex.
Oh. Cheers.
He's my favorite person here. No offense.
Oh, good one. I have one in mind, but I should probably say consensus 2022.
Cheers. PBaaS on mainnet.
Yeah.
PBaaS on mainnet.
Yeah.
PBaaS on mainnet. PBaaS.
PBaaS on mainnet. Nice.
PBaaS on mainnet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cheers.
PBaaS on mainnet.
Yeah. You're now a community member.
To being a part of this great community.
Oh, yeah.
Changing the future.
Oh, you're the last one.
You just got front run, right?
To staying up to 2 in the morning coding.
Two new friends.
Yeah, and can I add one more?
Yeah.
Thank you to Clyde, the amazing videographer who's documenting all that we've been experiencing here.
Oh, yeah. Can't wait to see the play. Cheers, Clyde. Yeah.
Cheers, everybody. Drink up.
Cheers. Yeah, that's good.
On the main net.
Yeah. Census 2022. Cheers.
PBaaS on the main net.
Boring.
Just have a little patience.
And that's my cue to exit.
this is similar to the website example where you can log in, and any website can use the QR code. If you want the code, you can just go to my GitHub and start plugging it into your website now. There's no it's quite easy. I'm not sure if the code is available for the website login, but I'm sure it will be. But I think this is in React Native, not React Native, just React. And it's on a loop, so I suppose people are